Okay, welcome everybody. Welcome to another Friday stream. As you might have seen in the news, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands are getting their foot wet. So I hope all of you are doing great. I hope you're not in the danger zone, pretty much. I'm fine. So nothing is happening over here, so I'm perfectly fine for now. It's actually sunny out here as well. But yeah, some parts of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Germany are having massive floods, and really massive floods. Like, we haven't had these floods in like probably about 100 years, something like that. And it's still a little bit. They're not really sure how bad it's gonna get right now. They think it's the worst has passed, but it's still a little bit of a, well, how do you call it? An uncertainty, I guess. So yeah, all that water is heading my way though. It's heading this direction because those rivers, which are now overflowing in the southern, southeastern part of the country, those eventually, or at least one of them, ends up in Rotterdam. Now, they say that by the time the water comes here, it's probably subsided and it's not going to be that crazy. But there are still a couple of things in Belgium, I believe, that could completely change that. I believe there's 2 dams in Belgium that are having a bit of a hard time right now, or one. I'm not entirely sure. I saw a couple of different news posts. I know one in particular, one dam that was currently in sort of like reconstruction. Basically, they were basically fixing it, and only 2 of the 6 doors of the dam are open. Only 2 of them work, and they think it's gonna hold up for now, but it's gonna be interesting if that one goes. That's gonna be really bad. So I hope that doesn't happen, especially for the people around there in Limburg, because that is gonna be really, really bad if that would happen. So yeah, we'll see. Like, I guess a couple of days it should. I'm probably gonna see some higher water levels out here. We might see a little bit of flooding, but probably nothing as close to what's happening in other parts of the country right now. So if you are in any of those parts of the country, I can't, well, I don't think so, because if that would be the case, then you're probably not going to be able to watch right now, because all the people there are without power and all of that. There's entire houses basically coming down. So yeah, it's pretty bad. Let's just keep it at that. It's pretty bad. So, like I said, I'm fine though. It's sunny. There's not even any rain here. So it's really weird. It's like really locally as well. Like, there's just been so much rain falling in that part of the country and in Belgium and Germany that it's just completely flooding there. But it's not just here. It's like quite a lot of places actually. I saw a whole bunch of other places that were dealing with floods as well. Yeah, we had a dike that broke today. Basically, there was basically a hole in a dike, and that just completely flooded a village in the southern part of the country. And just a whole bunch of other places where just the water levels are pretty damn high, like on critical levels high. So it's still going good for now, at least. Minus then a couple of smaller villages in the southern part of the country, of course. I don't want to belittle any of those, because they are really having a bad time right now. I've seen houses with literally the water just up to the doorknob. Like, that's how high the water has gotten in some of those villages, and it's basically pretty crazy. The Dutch are spared. We aren't spared. I wouldn't call it that. The southern part of the country in Limburg has had a pretty big hit as well. And it's still, we still don't know. Like, a lot of that water is currently moving upstream to the north of Limburg, and then it's gonna go flow towards the western part of the country. So, but like I said, when it comes here in Rotterdam, it's probably not going to be anything special. Like here, it might just be a little bit higher water levels, and we have a couple of areas in the city where, like, along the river, how do you call those parts? Let's say you have a harbor, and then you have the part of the harbor where you can actually walk on, basically. What is that part? Where boats dock. A dock. maybe a dog. Like, we have a couple of those which are pretty low, but then there's usually like the actual houses or the streets are on a higher level, or there's going to be like some kind of a flood barrier between it. So maybe those lower lying parts of the city might get flooded here, but that's probably not really going to give us much issues. It's probably not going to lead to like any flooded houses or anything. Nothing close to what they have in the southern part of the country. Yeah, I don't know. Ports, docks. I guess a dock is a better word. A port would be like the entire harbor, I guess. A jetty. I've never heard of that word. I've never heard of that. Basically in Dutch we would say kade. Kade. De kade gaat overstromen. Something like that. I'm not. I forgot the English word for that. Somebody who's Dutch and is watching right now, what do you call een kade in English? Boardwalks. Levee. That could also be a good one. I'm not entirely sure. But we have a bunch of those in the city. Couple of older areas of the city where they don't have floodgates or flood walls. So maybe those parts would have a hard time, but I don't really think we would get that much. A key, that's the right word. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks to Gaudium Dolores. Thanks for that one. Yeah, so if you are in one of the areas that is really hit hard in Belgium, Germany has been really bad as well. Like, they've had an entire village just completely washed away, basically. I saw some images from Belgium as well. There was this crazy comparison image of a small village in the area around Liège in Belgium. And it basically is this small village in like sort of like a valley that has a bend in it, basically following a river. And they had these two images. And it was just one of them how it normally looks, and then the other one how it looks now, and basically an aerial photo. And it was just, the one is just like a beautiful valley with a river running through and then a little village, and in the other one it's literally the entire valley is just completely filled with water. It's just like, damn, that's bad. But a lot of the places, like in Belgium, where I like the area that has been hit really hard in Belgium is also an area that I visited a lot. When I was exploring a lot of abandoned buildings, I used to go there quite a bit because the area is filled with abandoned buildings, a lot of old industry and stuff like that. And in general, just the villages there and the cities, a lot of old architecture, quite a bit of old monumental buildings as well, and then just in general the houses in those areas. Maybe there's nicer areas there as well. I assume there are, but a lot of the houses in these villages are pretty old, and compared to like Dutch standards, we wouldn't really call those nice houses. Like they usually look quite old and a bit run down, so that area is probably really having it tough right now. You never heard the word key. I did. I never knew how to pronounce it. I always said quay, something like that. That's just me as a Dutch person. But then when I started playing City Skylines, I heard a lot of people use that word in videos, and that's how I figured out, it's just pronounced key. Basically like a key that you put in a lock, but you just write it different. But yeah, it's pretty bad. We'll see though what happens here. So far, it's probably gonna be fine. And if it really gets crazy, I might go to the river. I actually one of those rivers that is now overflowing is basically running by my village as well. So I could actually go there and take a look in a couple of days, because it's probably going to take like a few days or something for that water to get here, and that's also why I think it probably won't even be that bad out here. Yeah, I might go there, maybe just shoot some photos, see if it gets bad, you know, because I know there's like at the back of my village there's this old military pier, and it was used back in the day to, I think they oh yeah, I remember. We have this this sort of like semi-military facility. It's not really much in use. It's basically just more of like a storage facility, and it's where they store jet fuel, I think, like for military stuff. I don't know why it's here, because there's no military bases around here, but whatever. We have this place. I'm not even sure if they still use it for jet fuel. They might just use it for something completely different these days. But that pier was the place where basically boats would dock, and then they would there's this pipeline running across this pier, and it's basically just going all the way to that facility, and they would basically just send it down there and store it. But we used to climb on top of that pier, and jump down into the river in the summer, basically. And there's some really good spots to be able to view the river from down there. So if it does get better or does get worse here, I might go have a look. You've been getting translations of tunes I heard 20 years ago from this channel. What do you mean? Translations of tunes? Am I translating tunes? Ah, the Gabba tunes. Yeah, there's a lot of those old Gabba tunes from Rotterdam with Dutch vocals, and a lot of people from overseas know these tracks but never knew what the vocals were. There's a lot of them. They used to make so many, like back in those days. Nowadays, all the gabber and hardcore music that is made here always has like English vocals. In fact, I know a whole bunch of MCs that do vocals for hardcore tracks. One of them, I actually made his first website back when I was, I think, 15 or something. And he now does a lot of vocals for like hardcore acts and hardstyle acts. He's also an MC during a lot of the big shows like Decibel and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, they used to do so many with Dutch vocals back in the day, and it was always like the most Rotterdam dialect kind of stuff ever. It was so fun, and everybody knew it as well. Like they were such good like sing-along songs. Not really sing-along, but like the melodies were these big stadium chant melodies always, you know. But then with like Dutch swear words and all kinds of weird shit. Those days were weird, but fun. The kick you in the nut was epic, yeah. Was it again schop hem in zijn kloten? Okay, let's see. I'm just gonna do some random stuff today and see what we get. I have the track from the which one was it? The techno-ish kind of tune, but I totally haven't thought about where I want to go with that tune, so I'm just gonna do some other stuff today, and we'll see where we get. So I'm just gonna start off here and just open up the patch browser, and I have a whole bunch of ones that I marked with 5 stars, so we're just gonna go through some of those. There's probably gonna be a couple of good ones there that we can use. Why else would I mark them? Make something fat. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're gonna make. We'll see. Let's just open a couple of patches. Hey, I used to grow... I grew up between Gabber, so... yeah, I've seen it all. What key is this tune in? I think I'm gonna go with E today. I think I'm gonna go with E, and the reason is do you wanna hear something fun? Do you want to have a laugh and hear how some of my tunes start? See, I was reading some stuff online about all of these, about these floodings, basically. And while I was reading it, I suddenly, I don't know why, well, I kind of know why, because the lyrics that I thought of kind of had hey, it's that time of the week again. Ice cream truck is back. Every stream, holy shit. Literally every stream. Oh, he's gone again. Yeah, no, I remembered suddenly while I was watching some of the news footage coming through. I suddenly remembered about a vocal that I recorded. Not necessarily a vocal, but more like an idea for a vocal. Like, I'm not able to properly record vocals. I'm not a singer, I'm not a rapper, I'm not anybody like that. I can speak some words into a mic, but that's about it. So, everybody always says that, please sample it, but I'm always too late. That's the whole thing. I need to know he's coming so that I can hit record before he starts playing, otherwise it's not going to be of any use. Because I need the entire melody, right? So, I need to time it someday. So how late is it now? 9 o'clock. So he's probably around here at 9 o'clock. Let's just see if next week he comes in at 9 o'clock as well. Then we know he's here at 9 o'clock every week. Or just remember me next stream. Just say like, yo, it's almost 9 o'clock. Keep your mic ready. Because I'm gonna forget. But yeah, like I suddenly remembered something, and I was like, didn't I once record a vocal with something like walls crumbling down? And I thought, so I looked up in my phone, and I have a whole bunch of like recordings in my phone of just me humming melodies or humming like bass line ideas or anything like that. And I couldn't find it, so I was like, okay, maybe it was my old phone. So I went onto my Dropbox, and I actually found the file. So I was like, okay, but the quality was absolutely shit. So I thought, well, let's just record it again, and I'm just gonna do that real quick so that I can put on a pair of actual pants instead of shorts, because it's getting a little bit cold in here. And you can have a laugh while you listen to this recording of me basically doing the little vocal idea that I had. Now my idea is I probably need a female vocalist for this. So I tried doing it in a little bit of a higher voice, which obviously is gonna sound a little weird. Maybe we can make this version work if we completely process it into something different. I don't know, make it sound robotic or fuck, I don't know. But actually I think it needs to be a cleaner female vocal. Now that's gonna be a task because I don't really know any female vocalists that I can hit up. So I would have to actually look around and see if I can find something. Or somebody. But if you want to laugh, because this last part, that's the part of like the track idea part. The first part is more like the vocal idea. And then here, this section around here, I am sort of like getting doing my weird version of a track idea. So I'm just gonna put on a pair of joggers right now and you guys can listen to this. So enjoy. This is my crappy track idea recording. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? And I escaped somehow. While it all came down. This part. Damn. Oh man. Beautiful. There's always Fiverr. Yeah, true. True. That's actually a good one. That's actually a good one. There's probably going to be at least one person on there that's going to be able to do it well. Hey, I usually come up with the best track ideas if I'm doing completely different things than sitting behind my computer. Like, most of the time when I get a track idea, it is when I'm taking a shower. Like, when I'm taking a shower, I don't know why, but suddenly track ideas just always come flowing right to my head. Maybe it's the hot water on top of my head, I don't know. Maybe the hot water makes my brain work better, I don't know, but always. So I always put my phone into my bathroom. When I take a shower, I just hit record, and then I can just hum while I'm taking a shower. Problem solved. Like, the recordings are not going to be useful in any way, but hey, I can just hum or, I don't know, beatbox or do anything that I hear. It's the echo. No, I don't know. It's not the echo. Because I can literally, when I take a shower, just without humming or anything, just in my head, suddenly melodies will come up. And the same thing is like, I don't know, when I go to bed. Another one of those moments. I go to bed, lie in my bed, bam, track idea comes up. Always. Like, I don't know what it is. Yeah, true, like, I usually bin them as well. I have, like, probably, like, 200 individual recordings in my phone of, like, things that could one day become a track. But I always completely forget about them, and then it's just, you know... Have you considered you're a plant? Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's like, another one moment, if I'm taking a bike ride. Also one of those weird moments, when I'm taking a bike ride and I'm not listening to music, bam, track idea. It's just... And it's always like, always in moments when I'm not behind the computer, so I just taught myself, keep your phone ready, just have a voice recorder app and just record whatever comes up. How do you get that visualizer in the bottom right? I have a special link for that I can send you. Right there. That's a little bit easier than me continuously explaining that. So I just set up a little link that I can just trigger. Will you ever finish something? Well, if you've been here for the last couple of weeks, then you've probably seen that I actually finished a tune recently. It's just that I'm now finishing other ones, or making other ones. But hey, I'm not here to please you, I'm here to make music for myself. And like deadmau5 once said, the album is gonna be done when I feel it's done. And it's so true. I completely agree with what he said on that. I'm not sure if you ever seen that part. It was like, I think it was in one of those Q&A videos he did. Or streams that he did, and one person asked him as well, like, hey, when is your album coming out? You know, and he was just completely done with it. And he just said, when is your album coming out? Well, it's coming out when I think it's ready, basically. And yeah, I have that as well. When is the next Cities episode? I'm working on the next episode. I'm, I would say, about halfway building the thing for the next episode, but I'm also doing a whole bunch of other things at the side as well. I'm setting up a City Skylines Discord server because a lot of people that watch my City Skylines videos have been asking for that, and I am also making a couple of new assets for the upcoming episode. I have been building I can already say what the next episode is going to be. The next episode of City Skylines is going to be me basically building the entire train station platforms of the train station that I built in the previous episode. So that's what I'm doing. But while I was doing that, I came across a whole bunch of things that I needed that I couldn't find on the Steam Workshop. So I'm making them in Blender, basically. So I'm currently making some tactile pavement which is already on the workshop, but the ones that are on the workshop I don't like that much. I think they're too flat, especially for the sort of like videos that I do. So I'm making a new pack of tactile pavement, which is actually going to be props that you will be able to raise up and down and all of that. And I also needed some fences for along the platforms itself, which there was already on the workshop one, somebody who made it, but that one you cannot raise up or down. You cannot lower it down or raise it up, which is quite a shame because I need to raise it up because my station that I'm building is elevated. So yeah, that one didn't work either. So I guess I'm gonna have to make that fence too. So yeah, I'm currently making some stuff for the next episode, and then I can hopefully continue working on the episode, but it's probably still gonna take quite a bit. It's probably still gonna take at least a couple of weeks, I think, maybe even longer than that. But like I said, I'll definitely make sure that the Discord server is going to be out for that as well, so you guys can keep up to date with that and stay in touch with me through that Discord server. Because I've been noticing that more people have started joining my my music production server, while they not necessarily are that interested in music production. They just want to ask me some questions about city skylines, which is fine too, but I figured better just make another Discord server for that. So that is what I hope to have out soon. Does one ever really feel like a song is done though? No, I don't think like a song will never be, well, that's I'll say yes. I'll say yes to that question. And you know why? I think there is a difference between, yes, a song can be done, but it can never be perfect. So the question now is, when do you call the track done? Right? That's the question you need to ask yourself. A track can definitely be done. It's just, it won't be perfect, because there's always things you can improve. Maybe not now, but if you sit on the track for another 2 weeks, then and you learn a couple of things, then you might be able to improve it 2 weeks later. So it's more like, when do you think the track is done? That's the whole point. And the one that I finished recently, it's almost done. Like, it's kind of done, but I'm just not happy with one specific part yet. And that part, I will not be able to release the track until I get that part right, basically. So, and that's just me, you know. I know that I can get that part sounding better. I know what it needs to sound like in my head, but I just have a bit of a hard time getting it to that point right now. So I'm just, you know, taking a bit of a break. I'm actually taking a bit of a longer break now than I initially said, but I think that's only going to be better, because then I'm going to come back into it with a much fresher set of ears. And then I'll probably be able to get it done quickly. It's just that one section, basically the first part of the drop, where I just have that pretty heavy snare drum pattern going. Not sure if I have a preview here. Let's see, which one was it? This one, I think. Yeah, it's this one. It's not the yeah, I have a newer version already where I added something extra in this part here. But basically that first part of the drop where I still have I don't know, it's just that the drums feel a little bit too static still, and that's the same thing that I said earlier. Like, that snare drum is too static. It needs something underneath it to make it feel less static, basically. I'm also thinking of trying maybe to switch up the pattern a little bit, so that it's not just that snare drum hitting every dotted quarter note. Maybe just taking one or two out and just having like a Reese pitch bend or something in that area. Something like that to kind of break it up a little bit, but other than that, this track is pretty much done. The only thing I maybe want to do is add a little bit of extra variation in the second drop. But like this track is like, it's literally just like fine details right now, and it's just doing, and the final mix of course, but the final mix I'll do at the end when I'm really just happy with how the tune sounds, or at least happy with how the tune is structured, and just when I know that the track is right and it just needs a final mix, then I'll do the final mix, because otherwise I'll get caught up doing like production related stuff while I'm supposed to do the final mix. So it's an interesting drum pattern. It's a drum pattern that you hear a lot in like I guess the more like drum and bass tracks like Limewax, Panacea, those kind of people, right? Counter-Strike, like the big ass pen snares, you know, those are the tunes that usually would use a drum pattern like this. Neurofunk, or like the more neuro-y kind of drum and bass, doesn't most of the time use this drum pattern. I can't think of any track that uses this pattern in neurofunk like this. Like there are similar ones, but usually it's just like let's say kick and then snare, snare. So usually it's just one snare here and then one snare here, and now I'm actually doing that dotted quarter note, which is, I don't know, it's a little bit more like what you will hear from tracks like Counter-Strike and stuff like that, which is definitely a big inspiration for me, what I made a lot when I did drum and bass, or when I first started out. So kind of a little bit of an homage to the older inspiration of what got me into making drum and bass. So, but then with a different sound, right? I mean, they work in neurofunk too, definitely. It's just that these days neurofunk is a lot more digital sounding, right? Those snare drums are most of the time just big ass acoustic snare drums with a lot of ring on it, a lot of resonance, and then just distorted a lot, basically. So Counter-Strike is your local. Oh, really? Yeah, he used to hang out a lot here, man. He used to hang out in Rotterdam a lot. He and Limewax. Limewax basically lived here. He might still do, actually. And they would basically perform a lot. I'm not sure if Counter-Strike lived here. I don't think so. I think he was just really good friends with Limewax, and he just came here almost on a monthly basis. Limewax used to perform on pretty much every show that was in the local club here where I used to go. So yeah, and they would invite like so many other people from their scene, like I said, like Panacea and all those kind of guys. So Bong Ra and craziest breakcore stuff and stuff like that. FFF, you know, all those kind of people. So yeah, that was fun. Now, I already analyzed that little vocal thingy, that track idea thingy, and I have been able to figure out that it is in, I think, E. Let's see. So let's just bring up a keyscape real quick and just figure out what that is. So I think that part of the vocal that I recorded, what was it again? And I run away. Did you hear that sound? And then I think this part. The walls are crumbling down. Dun 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 dun. So that is, let's see. Is it that? The walls are crumbling down. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Is it in B? That would be interesting. And I run away. And I run away. That vocal sounds so fucking crap. Oh man. Like, I'm definitely hearing an E and a B. And then, of course, D sharp, D, and C as well. So we know that we have that. Sounds like it's in E minor, from the looks of it. Let's have a little look. Scale, E minor. Oh, I think it's Phrygian, maybe even. But let's see. So we have that. Is it in B? No, it's not in B. Because I'm also playing D sharp. So, interesting. What is it? Let's have a little look. Let me just grab the Scale Finder website real quick. Just do that real quick, that you guys can see it well. Oh! Where did it go? There. Let me make it a bit bigger. Damn it! Can't click today. Okay, like that. So we know we're playing a C, a D sharp, and then we're playing a B. G major Phrygian. Are we in C minor? Interesting. So that vocal thing ends on B. Now that could work. Does that G sound like home? Because if it does, that would be G major chord. We could be in G major Phrygian. Or G double harmonic. Either one of the two. They're both gonna sound really cool. Yeah, that does sound right over G. So I would say we're probably in G major Phrygian. Let's take G major Phrygian because I know that one pretty well. Ooh, I might know something that I can do actually to confirm my idea. And then we're also gonna see how off my pitch is. No one likes the sound of their own voice. Yeah, that's true. That's usually true. In fact, I was watching an interview of a Dutch singer actually. It's quite funny. She is a pretty famous Dutch singer right now. She's been labeled as pretty much the Dutch singer with the best singer that we have, female singer currently. And maybe somebody who's Dutch might know who I'm talking about. No, it's not Glennis Grace. She went to the United States and she completely failed and came back. No, I'm talking about Davina Michel. She is actually from Rotterdam. And in fact, she knows my sister. And she's really good friends with a couple of girls that I know as well from my youth. Now, she sings so amazingly well. I don't know how we got here, by the way. Oh, yeah, that. No, Anouk is great too, don't get me wrong. But I'm talking about more recent singers that are coming up right now. Her voice is insane. Like, she is able to do such crazy things with her voice, and the craziest part is that she's completely self-taught. So she hasn't had any classical training whatsoever, and she just taught herself how to sing, basically, on her bedroom, and started making YouTube covers. And now she basically just shows up in... oh yeah, she started doing covers. Then Pink saw her video, I think on another YouTube channel. What was it again? The Glamour YouTube channel or something like that. They had Pink come over, which is one of her idols, and had her listen to covers of her own song, basically. And then they showed her one of her covers of Davina's covers. And Pink just said, like, the first thing she said was just like, is she a recording artist? No? Well, she better change that. and ever since then, she's just been going on to all the TV shows and all of that. But I was watching an interview, and she was saying the exact same thing. Like, I sound so weird when I hear my voice back, and everybody else is just like, dude, your voice is insane. you're really good. And she said just the exact same thing. I kind of sound weird. It's like everybody has that. Even when I hear myself back sometimes during like tutorials and stuff, or like live streams even. Tutorials not that much, but live streams, I'll usually just hear myself back and I'm like, that sounds kind of odd. Okay, so well, let me just do this real quick. Come on, Melodyne, open up. Okay, let's click transfer, and it is on this track. Yeah, okay. And I'm just gonna play this. We're gonna hear my shitty take one more time. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? And I escaped somehow. And we can even fix it. All came down. We can even fix it with this as well. I'll just let that one go. Amazing. Damn. Okay. Now it's going to actually tell me what the pitches are. That's the great thing from Melodyne. It's like it's really good at figuring out the pitches, but not even that. It also figures out like the vibrato and all of that. Now, not saying that my vibrato is anything steady. Just look at it. It's going all over the place. But I can exactly see what notes we are in. We're in F here. We're playing, huh? Okay. Oh, that's a different part. This is the part I was playing. So D. So I was kind of right. This one is, it's a little flat or sharp. Probably flat. But this... It still sounds like that, so that's alright. I don't know what key we're in. That's the thing I need to figure out real quick. Let me just go to here. So that... I was getting really close to that G note. See? Either G or G sharp. I think G, actually. It's just that my voice is going a little bit all over the place. And then it's G, and here it goes up to E or D sharp. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. Like, you can just fix things. It's even able to do it for chords, I believe. I think it's even able to do, like, polyphonic. Yeah, see? Polyphonic stuff as well. It automatically figured out that it needed melodic for this one. But it can do, like, polyphonic stuff as well. So you can even have, like, if you play a chord into it, it can figure out the individual notes of the chords, and you can then pitch them around individually. So you can literally turn like a minor chord into a major chord if you want to. It's probably not going to sound as good as when you would just play it with the actual instrument, but it is really, really close. It's pretty damn insane how well it does it sometimes. Now, can you also just automatically set it to a particular, like, key or something? Quantize correct pitch. Snap to C sharp minor. Why is it telling that? Does it think we are in C sharp minor? Oh, it's only doing that note. My bad. If I do this, and then quantize correct pitch. I'm just gonna do that real quick and see what we get. Like, this is all non-destructive right now, because if I take Melodyne off, it's just completely back to the original. But now, if I play it now, we should be able to hear the corrected version, so I can hear what that sounds like. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? Okay, so I'm... We're ending on C there. Interesting. Guys, help me out. Which key are we in? G sharp and E. I'm not gonna send anybody a vocal. I'm not gonna send the vocal to anybody. You can see it right here, you can hear it. Okay, I'm just going to assume we are in G sharp. Go to G. G. Which one was it? Major Phrygian? Where are you? Major Phrygian. Somewhere. Oh, Phrygian dominant, of course. Is that it? Yeah, then we get the B. So then we have... I'm gonna assume we are in that one. That's really close to what the vocal is doing as well. So I'm probably going to see if I can make this section first. That... dun, 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 dun. With a pitch bend at the end. So let's see if we can do that one. So that's just gonna be sort of like a Reese or something, I guess. So let's just set up a... I'm just gonna set up a real quick Reese. Let's just do it like this. 2 oscillators, bring the random down on both of them, phase down on both of them as well, and then let's assign macro 1 to the fine tune of both of these oscillators, and I'm gonna go into the matrix, make sure they're both unipolar. I'm going to double click this one and say 50, and this one double click and say minus 50, and that way there's a Chopin song that begins with those notes too. Might actually be the case. The vocal melody line is also similar to which track was it again? Running Down a Dream with Tom Petty. The Tom Petty tune also starts with a very similar vocal line. Not in terms of like the lyrics, but the pitches of the vocals. I think it's in a very similar key. So now we just get that. I can also assign a macro knob to both of these wavetable positions so that I can change this one to, let's say, something else. Let's say maybe the MB saw for example. And now, because I have the wavetable position control with a macro, I can move this. Hello? Oh, probably only when it's playing. Let's just give us... You know what? Let's quickly take this section. And I'm just gonna copy that. I'm gonna drop that on an audio track, and we're just gonna warp that into place. Because it's not in time. I didn't record this to a metronome or anything, so yeah. Let's just do this. And let's adjust this start position first. Warp it. And now let's see if we can get that to be in the right time. It's probably going to be slower than what I did. It's actually completely off. God damn it, Ableton bug. Oh, that one is so annoying. And now it doesn't do it. Weird as fuck. Huh? Oh, my bad. See? So annoying. Yeah, okay. Dun, 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 dun. Let's just make it. I'm not even gonna bother trying to warp it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's definitely G. Dun. That's it. Ta-da. Now, maybe it should be that. Yeah, no, I didn't transpose it up or down. My voice just naturally goes in like the middle. It's just naturally flat or sharp. In this case, I guess sharp. Yeah. My voice is just sharp, I guess. I think G sharp would also become quite high pitched. Like G is already quite high pitched, but G sharp would be even higher. So I figured we could just as well go to G or G sharp. Like we can take either one of the two. Okay, I do think we need to have this one coming in right here. Let's see what that sounds like with. Okay, no. I'm gonna take this vocal. While it all came down. I'm just gonna take that one unwarped so it sounds normal, or relatively normal. I'm gonna get it right, I just need to figure out which pattern it's gonna be. Just gonna take this part. There must be a 2-beat silence before the melody starts. Well, it all came down. Came down. Yeah, this one comes in here probably. Maybe on the 3rd one. Or the 4th beat. While it all came down. While it all came down. Okay, that part isn't good. Came down. That part is a little bit too slow. Let's see if we can hack it in place. Oh. Let's warp you. Yeah, we want to keep the current timing. It's such an annoying bug. I saw that there was a new Ableton update, by the way, but I haven't installed it yet, so... While it all came down. That'll do for now. Like I can re-record it later to make it sound cleaner. While it all came down. Like this one might even... Let's adjust this one as well. It's about there. And just do that. While it all came down. See, it sounds a little weird, but that's fine for now. Maybe if I set it to complex, we might be able to make it sound better, but... While it all came down. Yeah, that actually sounds better. So then we get... While it all came down. And then we need to get like a little... I think some kind of an... so like more like a stabby bass sound first. So more like... Bum. One that has a little bit of decay to it. We can just quickly make one. I think that vocal actually will be really good for a drum bass track. And I'm thinking actually a drop that goes into more like just a roller kind of vibe, basically. Have like a big thing in front of the drop with this thing, with like the Reese thing, which has a lot of mid-range. And then after that, you know, maybe at the end do one more vocal, one more instance of this one maybe. Or a different one. And then go into a drop that is more like one that stays on a lower pitch, and then every now and then on like the end it goes up to a higher pitch with a pitch bend or something. So that is probably gonna be in G. Yeah, it's gonna be 2 beats. Dun, bum, dun, 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 bum, dun, dun, dun. Okay, I'm gonna remove those for now. Let's do that. Like that one will probably be just a shorter one. Make it just that, and just do, I don't know, give it some voices, or maybe even leave it white. Doesn't really matter for now. Just do some kind of a downwards shape on it, something like that. Sounds way too crap for now, but something like that. That'll do for now. Wow, it all came down. Okay, it actually needs... Wow, it all came down. Bum. Wow, it all came down. That needs to be it. That's where the vocal needs to be. And this one might actually need to be a tiny bit shorter. Wow, it all came down. Okay, where is that one gonna come in? There? And that's probably gonna be a pitch bend as well, so instead of doing this, I can make this note that long. And just say, okay, where did I? Right here. And then let's move that note. Maybe going down a bit at the end here. And then we can repeat that. So that is gonna be... Why can't you just select the note? Ah, okay. The humming, you shouldn't pay too close attention to that, because I wasn't humming to a beat or a metronome, so it's gonna be out of time what I hummed. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to that. The pitches are the more important thing. You mean this one, so what you mean? Kinda sounds alright. Come on. Can even just do this. Where it's gonna end? It needs to end on G. And it probably needs to be longer up until here, so that we're gonna have one beat in between. My bad. Actually, that part is gonna be different. I'm just gonna leave it on that note for now. That's already way better. I'm actually gonna leave the pitch bends out for now at the end. I do want to have some kind of a pitch bend at the end, but I might do that later. Just want to focus on this part first. Let's get out of this mode. Oh yeah, by the way, another thing that I definitely want to do. You hear right now how the note starts. Both of the voices have the exact same position on the face. What I like to do is offset this with, let's say, I don't know, maybe something like 90 degrees. And then it has less of that phasey kind of sound, because the two voices are the exact same position. Because they're already a little bit apart, you get less of that at the start of the sound, and it sounds more like detuned right off the bat. As opposed to, and really just the start of the note. It's very subtle, but Usually around 90 degrees I find quite nice. That note pitch automation curve is what I really need in FL. Yeah, it's the MPE pitch bends, they're really great. You ever mess around with the Reason synthesizers? No, not anymore. I don't really use Reason anymore, so back when I did, I used them though, but not these days. And the last Reason version that I used was Reason 2.5. So I never used Reason with VST support, by the way. Like, I never had that. I switched away from Reason because of the fact that they didn't have VST support. That's the main reason why I went away from Reason. So, yeah. Now they do though, but now I don't have any reason to switch back. How ironic. A little bit too late. They were a bit too late with implementing the VST thing. Like, everybody was asking for that. And, yeah, they were just like, it's not gonna happen. We're just gonna make our own instruments. And then, after a little while, they eventually did finally do it. But yeah, at that point, I had already switched away from it, so... And I had found Ableton, you know? So yeah. Like, if I didn't like Ableton or anything, I probably would have switched back, but... Yeah, Ableton just clicked. It just was better. It felt better, so that's what I stick with. Okay, so we know now which key we are in. We know what these notes are gonna do. The sound is not good enough yet. Hey, don't get me wrong. We got a lot of work to do. Let's clean this up. Get rid of the keyscape. Let me close that down. bring that one to the bottom. So we're gonna call this a vocal. It sounds like you switched a religion. Hey, sometimes people kind of see dolls like that, don't you think? Not me though. I don't care. Whatever works for you works. But it was just like Ableton's workflow really clicked for me, as opposed to like Reason and Cubase and FL Studio, which I used before that. And it was really just that. Like, it was really just that. Okay, so let's see if we can find a nice patch to start the intro with. Oh. No. Let's find something else. Yeah, Reason 2.5. Weird patches in this. Like, those kind of patches are so nice for creating like interesting things for intros. And there's one more that I have in here, like these ones, the Cellosaurus, and in particular Cellosaurus trumpet. Like, that one is absolutely insane. Not for this tune, I think, but I love that sort of like, what is it? That sort of like bending kind of sound. Like, I'm just playing a G and a D right now at the same time. I'm just holding that. Like, I'm just holding one... Well, I'm just holding 2 notes right now, and it's just doing all those things. It's such an interesting patch. And there's a lot of those weird patches in Omnisphere, which are great. The textures category has a lot of those. Like this one is very similar too. More like whale sounds or something. I think there is a Fruity Bible, yeah. I think I actually had that in the past too. That's a weird patch. Know what I'm looking for. Whoa. Ooh, I like this. Those higher parts are sick. I love how they keep changing as well. Just all bunch of different ones. Can we separate those from the low thing? Ooh, I think we can. I think this is the low part, and this is the screechy part. Let's see. Yes. Ooh, I'm totally gonna have to resample a long version of this. It definitely sounds nicer with that lower thing in there, but I do wonder though, is that affecting... So there's a limiter on the entire thing. There's some reverb on that screechy thing. And then some reverb on that, so... I think the distortion is either coming from this, or it's just the sound source itself that sounds distorted. Yeah, it's just probably the sound source itself that is distorted. So it's not really the low layer is not doing any sort of like interaction with the distortion. So I could easily just mute that low layer and just resample a long version of this thing, which is great. Because that has some really interesting sounds. I'm not sure if it's going to be for this track, but fuck it. We're going to resample a long version of this right now, because I don't want to lose it. So, output of track 18. And I'm just going to hit record on that. Oh, of course. Gotta arm both tracks, otherwise it's not gonna work. Let's turn that one off. Wow, it all came down. That was not supposed to happen. Let's just mute those for now. We already sampled this one. Does the mod wheel do anything? Doesn't sound like it's doing anything. Okay, that's enough. So now I at least have that. And I can use that in some track later. Because there's some really interesting parts there. No, I don't do track reviews at the moment, so no, sorry. Okay, let's go back. I'm just gonna make a long note here. This is 1632. Okay, good. Let's just make a 32 bar long note on G, so that I can find a nice patch to start this intro with. Whoa, is that the... Oh, damn. That's a nice patch, too. Yeah, see, because we are in major frigate, that's also why you probably earlier on thought of G sharp, because that's also in that scale, right? It's like... So that G sharp is in there as well. Man, I just need to find something nice to start off with. What can we start this intro with? That is a bit too... Yeah, that's too, what is it? Ooh, that sounds cool. It sounds weird, but weird in a good way, if you get me. Oh, it hasn't. Oh, downloading live 11.0.5. You'll be notified when the update is ready. Oh, really? Thanks. But did it really just got out? Because I would suspect that it would have downloaded already by now, if it didn't. We know, has that been there all the stream? If it is, then weird. Let's see if we can. Let's turn the metronome on. Do that. Wait. Oh. I wasn't supposed to record the audio, but... Why is it not quantizing the start? Current grid. Oh, the grid is probably set to 1/16. Yeah, let's just make it narrow. Yo. Hello, Omnisphere. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Omnisphere. Absolutely, thank you. One moment, boys. One moment. I think Omnisphere is having a little moment. It's having a thought right now. Oh. Is it back or not? Nope, it's not. Okay, one moment. Let's see. Is the stream still working? Looks like it's still working. Oh yeah, Ableton just crashed. Did you save? No, but that's not that big of a deal because all the notes are still going to be there, and the patches weren't anything interesting. The one that we were working on now, I know what it's called, so I can just bring that back right away. I did save once before the stream, but I don't think I saved in the meantime. But I did save the project already before I started streaming, so it's going to recover it. For the most part. Do you want to recover your work? Yes, I want to. Okay. That's doing its thing. any questions or anything you want to talk about, feel free to put it in the chat right now. Because, yeah, we're gonna have to wait a little bit for this to recover. Okay, that was actually quite quick. Let's switch the grid. So let's open up Omnisphere first thing. And that is back to the default patch. So let me search for Engines of War. Okay. That one is back. And let me immediately try and do what I was gonna do. Let me switch back. Do that. And it's getting a little dark in here. Fix that. Okay. So, what I was gonna try and do is go into the emp envelope here and change this so that it's slower. So that the notes come in slower. Like that. Now let's see how those higher ones sound. Almost don't hear them, so let's make it a little shorter. Yeah, they're very quiet. Let's bring this down quite a bit. Yeah, that's better. I might even do those with a different sound, but I'll leave them in for now. Just cut this here. God damn it, annoying grid. Just... I still don't get why they switched the grid to be default to 1/16 nodes. It's so annoying. Like, why would you do that? They had that narrow mode, which is great. It just basically, depending on how you're zoomed in, it changes the grid. Right? That's great. But now it defaults to like 1/16 nodes. And it's always going to be like that. Now, see if I zoom out, they do disappear at some point, but I can still click on any 16th node. And it's not going to snap to the grid lines right now. It's just going to be whatever 1/16th node that I click. Whereas normally, before Live 11, they had this mode. That was the default mode. And you can't set it to a default right now. Maybe that's in the newest update. I hope so. I really don't think this is working, to be honest. You'll be notified when the update is ready. Dude, I have a 300 Mbit, 400 Mbit, maybe even more internet connection. That update should have been downloaded by long at this point. So I don't think that is actually working. I'll manually update after the stream. Okay. See, we still have this one. That's good. See, that's why I recorded the audio. Because I didn't want to lose that. So that's what we still have. Then these are going to be back to default, probably. Yep. So let's just quickly set up our patch again. Fine tune. Down. This one to 90. This one down and all the way down. Turn that one on. Bring this one up a bit. Add that to the wavetable position. Switch these both to the MB Sol. And then just play around with that. Go into the matrix, change these, change this to 50 and that to -50. Set that to legato. Add some distortion with soft clip, if I remember that correctly. Do a low pass filter on it. I didn't have any reverb, but I did have a low pass. Something like that. Crank the drive up. Change that. Add it to here. There we have our Reese back. And for this one, I had some kind of a stabby thing, which was just a bunch of voices here, and then that, roughly, and then this one was the same thing, but all the way down and a bit shorter, and that was just running through a low pass filter, doing something like that, and then I had a reverb on it, with the size all the way down, decay down quite a bit. Something like that. And that I had running into the compressor, I think. I think I had something like that. So, save. Now we have saved that. So we're back at where we were. Everything is back. The vocals should still... While it all came down. Still works perfectly. Okay, good. Thank God. Maybe the flood washed the internets away. Depends on how fast the servers are and on what position. Oh yeah, okay, I guess that is right. But did it literally just came out, or... Because I can't remember seeing that before the stream, because if I did, then I probably would have updated before the stream. Okay. A very nice hall. I just love the sound of that one. It just sounds really nice. Okay, let's find some drums. Fuck it, we'll just chuck that one in. Close this down, go into the drums here. do that. Let's just chuck that in so that we have some kind of hat going. It's evening out here. Thanks for that and good evening back, or whatever it is at the place where you are. That one sounds kind of good. Let's just make a MIDI track. Let's duplicate that MIDI track, put that here. Let's drop this in here. Oh. Come on, go in there. And let's turn snap off, set them to one shot gate. And then do a little, make sure there's no fade in, and add a little bit of fade out so we don't get any clicks. And let's just copy that and drop it on here. And let's find ourselves a snare drum. And take that one for now. Can always replace it later. And let's just do -8 on both of them. That's really long. I shouldn't do that. Just do that. Even that is long. Sure. Oh. Loop. There's probably more gonna be like the texture on top of everything. Let's what should we add underneath it? We could do I could copy this Reese. It's gonna be way too much for the intro, but don't worry. let's see, we have this part. The vocal's probably gonna come in here. And the drums are gonna cut out. So, should I try and make that vocal work that I have right now? Which skin this is? This is my own custom Ableton skin. How do you open the options panel again? Was it that? No. Was it that? There is a shortcut for opening the options window. I forgot what it is. Preferences, control and comma. Oh, okay. See, it's my own artifacts lime skin. I have a couple of ones. This is my other skin. This one is actually available on my Patreon. So if you want to have this one, you can go to my Patreon, and this is my skin that I had before, which is nice. Like, this one is nice with the blue and shit. But there's a couple of things that are a little bit hard to see every now and then. I think the MIDI editor... No, not the MIDI editor. There were a couple of things that were a little bit hard to see sometimes. So I've been working on a new one, and that is the one that you were looking at. So I actually have two versions. That one, and then this one, which has a more bluish background, which I like more because the grids are way easier to see. See, in this one, you don't see the grid lines at all here. Well, you can kind of see them faintly, but it's a little bit too much. So I had to make that background a little bit lighter. So this is the version this is the version I'm at now, and it kind of fits with my live stream graphics as well. So I'm gonna be releasing this one on my Patreon soon. I'm kind of fine-tuning the last couple of things that I can change. There's still a couple of things, I think, here and there that I want to change. Like some of the Ableton effects, I think. Yeah, see, like these dots right here, they're light pink for some reason. I would like to turn those the same red color as this button right here. Can you see that? No, you cannot see that. Yeah, same color as this one, basically. So instead of light pink, those dots, I want to have this color, that red, sort of like hot pink, reddish kind of color, which is a nice contrast with the lime green. So kind of makes it stand out more, because right now they're a little bit hard to see, right? So those are just some tiny little things. I already changed a lot of that. There's like so many things you can actually change, so like the waveform, background colors, and everything like that. But here again, you've got the same things as well. But like all these things, like these little arrows here, when you change something, making them lime green as well, so everything sort of like matches. But yeah, I'm just sort of like going through right now and finding whatever I can still change, because there's also a couple of things that I cannot change. I even managed to change the color of the record button, I think. Yeah. See, even that one is lime green now, instead of the weird mint green color that it normally is. Is the play button? Yeah, play button too. So that were two things that I first wasn't able to change. I didn't know what color codes I needed, and they were just like the default colors, but now I actually fixed that. And then yeah, this little hand icon here that shows up on something that is selected and connected to a MIDI controller, right? And this automatically maps to my MIDI controller. And then that little hand icon shows up. That one is the same sort of like hot pink color, so there's like all of those kind of things. But yeah, I'm planning on releasing it on my Patreon soon. At least the current version. I can always upload a newer version if I manage to fix some of the things that are still not the right color. Love your stuff. Can you do more dark drum and bass stuff, like the dark drum and bass stream you did? You mean the ones at the start of the year, probably, where I did this really almost like ambient kind of thing that sort of like was gonna merge into drum and bass. I never finished it. Still have it though, but it's in the same project folder as the one that I'm working on right now. But I want to work on this one. I have an idea for this track. It's gonna take a lot of time to get this track right, but this one is gonna be really nice if it works out. So I think we should just try and make this vocal work. even though it's a bit of a shitty one, it's my own voice recorded, and I definitely don't have the capabilities of singing properly, but I could make it work. So let's move all of this and move that to probably to here. So that synth is gonna come in here, and then it's gonna go into a drop. Or maybe there's gonna be another sort of like build section. This is already 64 bars, I think. Yeah, so maybe this part is gonna be shorter, but we'll see that later. This is all stuff that we can figure out later. It's not really that big of a deal. What I mostly should be focusing on right now is getting that vocal to be timed exactly how I want it. Because like I said, it was just recorded without a metronome or anything. It was just, I got the idea, picked up my phone and just, hey, recorded it. And then I did it later when I was back home with my proper microphone, so it sounded a little bit better, because the one on my phone absolutely sounds horrible. Just complete garbage of noise. Phones are still not that great at recording unless you hook up an external microphone, so yeah. Let's see, let me copy this section, because that's where that vocal is. And we're gonna cut out these sentences, because they're basically all separate sentences. So let's just take this part up until here. And I run away. Yeah, that's good. Give it some fades. And then we have... Did you hear that sound? Okay. About that. I'll probably have this one be re-recorded at some point. I'm thinking a female vocalist, probably. The walls are crumbling down. Okay, let's take it up until there, roughly. And then let's take this section, and like I said, I'm gonna have to fix the pitch on this as well, because they're... Yeah, I think, what is it, sharp? Yeah, I was sharp in this recording. Did you hear me? Especially that part. That's why I say I'll probably have it re-recorded. Like somebody said, maybe even do it on Fiverr, like, that might even work out. Like, I know what the pattern, the melody of the voice needs to be like, so I can send them that. It's literally, yo, copy this, but with a good sounding voice, you know? That's basically all it needs to be. So I can do the entire thinking part. You just need to, somebody else just needs to do the acting part, I guess. While it all came down. Bam. Okay, so now we have the individual parts. Let's move them down here. Let's work on the first one. So we have this section. Let's bring everything back. It is probably gonna change, but for now... And I run away. Where is that gonna come in? And I run away. Is it exactly gonna be on the beat? And I working with your own voice is such a fucking pain. Holy shit, I hate it. But it has to be done to get this one right. And I run away. And I run away. And I run away. Okay. Let's warp that. Try and make it a little shorter. Set it to Complex Pro. It's probably gonna come in right there on that second beat, just like what that synth is doing in the part after it, right here. Like what that Reese is gonna do. So it's probably gonna do that as well. Lion Versatile. Thanks a lot for the 5 great British pounds. Keep it up. Yeah, I will. Thanks. Thanks for that. I think if we have a bit of delay and reverb on this as well, that might work. Like at least a little reverb. I'll just stick to that same one, but just make it shorter. We're gonna make it sound at least a little bit more pleasing to listen to. Where can I get that sound clip for tips? Is it on your Patreon? You mean the audio? No. I just made that for a long time ago and just put that as the donation sound. I just literally made that and just said like, hey, that's my donation sound. And I never released it or anything. And I run away. And I run away. Okay, should we do a delay on this one as well? Let's just try it. Let's try putting Valhalla delay in front of the reverb. And I run away. Yeah, that's not gonna be right. I need to put this one on a different return track. Or on the track itself. No. Let's just try delay instead. And I run away. I run away. I run away. I run away. Go back to tape. Bring that down, bring that up a bit. I run away. I run away. I run away. What should we do? I run away. I think we're gonna do dotted. I can do the reverb on the track itself, so that the reverb is then also gonna run through the delay, which means the delay is also gonna have a little bit of reverb on it. I run away. Okay, let's see. And I run away. Bring the second part in. probably gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna come in right around this second beat. So that will be right around here.
Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound? And I run away.
Should I do it with the drums underneath it? That might be better. Because then I can hear it way better what the timing is gonna do, I think.
And I run.
Yeah, see, that's way off.
And I run away.
Yeah, that is it. That's what I should do.
And I run away.
Okay, that's too slow. We were pretty close.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
I think this one is already the right.
Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound?
I can also just cut this one because it's a little loud, that first one, and just bring it down a bit.
Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound?
Okay, that works. We're getting closer to what we need. I'm just gonna make this into its own clip for now and just remove those and just make them sustained like that. I think that is what the bass in the intro is gonna do, or at least the intro in general is gonna do. So like go from G to G sharp and back, basically. Oh, it needs a lot of things. It's fucking not in tune. It's a shitty fucking take. That's what it is. I'm surprised I'm even trying it to make this one work, but I think it can. Like, it's not that bad. Like, it's not that bad, and with a bit of processing, it might actually be able to work. But even if I can just get it close to what it needs to be like, so that I can then send it off to somebody to properly record it, if you get what I mean. It's just like, yeah, that's probably the best way to go at this one.
And I run away. Did you hear that?
I feel like it comes in
Did you hear?
a little bit too late or too early.
And I run away. Did you hear that?
Did you hear that sound?
Way. Did you hear that sound?
Closer.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound? The walls are...
That one is so fucking horrible out of tune. Damn it. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to do some Melodyne on it, but I'll fix that. I can do the Melodyne actually now because I know what key we're in. We're in G sharp or in G major Phrygian, so I know what the notes are now, so I can just do that if I want. But I think I want to get the timing right first, so I don't have to adjust that later again. But this one is horribly out of tune. Maybe if I leave the bass just on G, it's not out of tune, because I think that one just goes to a note that is not nice with that G sharp, so let's just keep this for now.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
Where does that one need to come in?
And I run away. Did you hear?
Did you hear that sound?
Did you hear that sound?
Maybe even that, something like that.
Did you hear that sound? The walls are...
That one is so horrible. Listen.
The walls are crumbling down.
That first part.
The walls are crumbling down.
Don't matter too much about that right now. It just needs to be in the right part, right spot. Probably gonna end on
Down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
Okay, that is in the right spot. Then we have this one. Now that one is gonna be very similar to this one, I think. This one is probably gonna be horribly out of tune as well, because this is not really my range. But hey, I tried.
Did you hear me?
It's not too bad. Not as bad as the other one, actually. But hey, we'll see what happens if we melodyne it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Did you hear me?
It needs to be longer, actually, but fuck it. Did you hear me? Dun, dun, dun. Like I said, I'm gonna send this one off to somebody to do a proper recording. Unless I can make this one work with Melodyne, but that's gonna be a task. But hey, Melodyne is pretty good, so we'll see. I'll go for it as soon as I got the timing right of these ones. This is the last one that I need to do. And then we have this one, little break, and then this one.
And I escaped somehow. And I escaped somehow. And I escaped some. And I escaped somehow.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna do Melodyne. I can adjust the position of this one because I'm not entirely sure if it needs to be here or later. So I'll just leave it like this. Let's put a Melodyne on it. And let's at least get that out of tune craziness away. Oh, that's the wrong one. Don't need a manipulator. We need a Melodyne. So do Melodyne. And before we do anything, let's save. Okay. I'm not gonna make you go crazy by listening to it out of tune. I'm just gonna play the thing by itself.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
That one is so out of tune.
Did you hear me?
And that one too.
And I escaped somehow. Wow, it all came down. And I run away.
See, now it has that. Now we can actually adjust this. So that first part actually sounds alright, even though it's half out of tune and half not. It's kind of like in between two pitches, but the two pitches it's in between are in the scale, and you can see the movement of the pitch, right? The pitch goes from that G sharp to G, and then slightly back up, and then back up again at the end, and it kind of works. So I don't think I'm gonna adjust that one. I'm just probably gonna leave it where it is.
And I run away.
Because with the whole thing, that part didn't sound too bad actually.
And I run away.
Like we can try it.
And I run away. And I run away. And I run away. Did you hear that? Did you?
Like, I think you can even see the... Yeah, you can sort of like see here what it is. So you can say like, make it exactly on the right pitch if you want.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
Like, that part is actually pretty good.
Hear that sound. And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
And there we go. See, it's going to a G sharp. That is not what it's supposed to do. That's just gonna have to stay on the...
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
And then it also has a lot of pitch movement. Pitch modulation tool?
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling. The wall.
That part sounds weird. Pitch drift, is that it?
The wall. And I run away.
Let's see if we can make that one work.
Hear that sound?
It's gonna be hard.
The walls are
Oh, that was better already.
The wall.
It's just that thing at the end. That pitch bend thing at the end. Can we get rid of that completely? It is part of the pitch modulation, I think.
The wall.
Doesn't seem like we can get rid of that one somehow. What are the other ones? Formant tool, amplitude tool, time tool, attack speed, time handle, note separation. No, like, We're really MacGyvering this one right now. What? You would switch the second part with the third one. What do you mean? The second part with the third one? This one with that one? No way.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
Definitely not. Definitely not. This just needs to be in the right pitch.
And I run away. Did you hear that?
I might have to completely re-record this one.
The walls are
Oh, that's already slightly better. What is it doing here?
And I.
God damn it! Can I just start it from there? Let's make this one a bit smaller so that we can see a bit better. And let's do that so that I can start from here.
The walls are
Let's do one more here.
The walls are The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling down.
We're getting somewhere closer.
The walls are crumbling down.
See, that one goes up more too, even though it's just a very small part. Let's just...
The walls are crumbling down. The walls are...
You can also adjust the formant.
The walls are...
Whoa! What the hell? That's a lot. Let's go to the formant tool. Was that this one? Yeah.
The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling.
Yeah, for now that'll do. It's better than what it was, at least. It's not horribly out of pitch anymore. So, let's move on to the next section.
The walls are crumbling down.
Sounds a little weird still, but...
Did you?
That one sounds weird too.
The walls. Did you hear me?
That one comes in at the wrong spot too, but...
Did you hear? Did you hear me?
Better. Then we get this section.
And I escaped somehow.
That one is pretty alright.
And I escaped somehow.
That's...
And I escaped somehow.
like that's almost right, so that's good.
And I escaped somehow. Wow, it all. Wow. And I escaped.
That one has a lot of pitch movement again, so let's just decrease it a bit maybe.
I escaped somehow. Wow, it all came down.
Wait, one moment. Let me unloop this. Let's hit transfer again.
Wow, it all came down.
Okay, now we have that. And I can separate this right here. Get rid of this part. Oh, yo, I think I separated it, right? What is that doing? Separation type tool? Okay. Not sure how that's supposed to work. Node separation tool. Can we just... Then it's gonna stretch, I think, if I do this. Yeah. Cut? No. I want to leave this part. Thought you could just separate those nodes like that, but... Fucking hell, how did you do that again?
Wow, it all came down.
Oh, weird. Now we have another one of these.
Wow.
Yeah, can I remove that one? Oh. That's strange. We cannot remove that one. Algorithm not detected. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to get rid of you. That's weird. We have a rogue thing there. And I can't remove it for some weird reason. Edit. Just go away. Oh, huh? What happened? That's weird. Just gonna freeze it. And I saved the other part, so that. Let's create a new audio track. Just take this section. Let's just take this section. Drop that here. That's the corrected version. And I'm just gonna drop this one right here. And now we're gonna put Melodyne on that again. And then all we have to do is record this last section and adjust that one.
Wow, it all came down.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. Wow, it all came. Wow. Wow, it all came. All came down. Wow, it all came down.
So that's better. And then just freeze it again. Now we should be good. Yeah, it's a really long one. It's a really long process to go through it, but it does work really well. Like, let me unfreeze that track, get rid of that one. Let's copy that one to here, and let's give it some of that. Like, we went from this.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
I need to listen to it with the bass in there as well. It's absolutely horrible.
And I run away.
This is all right.
Did you hear that sound?
And then this part.
The walls are crumbling down.
It's so out of tune. And it still sounds a little weird right now, but it's better than what it was. And like I said, I'll have this one re-recorded by somebody properly.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
And this one needs to be somewhere else.
Did you hear that sound?
That might even be better.
Did you hear that sound? The walls are...
Huh?
The walls are crumbling down.
Why is that not adjusted? I frozen it with Melodyne on it. Did Melodyne really crap out on us?
The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? The walls are. Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Oh no, it did do something. It's just still out of tune.
The walls are crumbling down.
It's just still a little out of tune. It's a pitch bend in it. I'll probably re-record it at some point. Or get somebody to do that. I can try adjusting that one a little more.
The walls are crumbling down.
It's that first part. Yeah, we can see it as well.
The wall. The wall. The walls are. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling. The walls are. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling.
It's already a little better.
Wall.
You can make it completely flat, but
The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling.
oh, that's actually better.
The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling down.
And then this one. Oh. We need... I want to move it upwards, not...
The walls are crumbling down. Did you?
Yeah, okay. That one is better now. Freeze again. At least I have it gotten somewhat in tune. Which is good. That's at least a better starting point than where we were. So let's just take this section and let's just consolidate that. Yo, bad lucks. You're witnessing me making vocal work that I recorded. That sounds absolutely funny. A little track idea that I just came up with while I was just not doing anything special, just not behind the computer, and just grabbed my phone and basically recorded it, and then I came back to the mic and just did the same thing again. I like that it holds whatever note you're working on. Oh yeah, what you mean at the end? Yeah. You can easily just put that into a granular synth. Yeah, just record it. Just record the output of your sound card. Feeling some Linkin Park vibes on the lyrics / melody. I could see that. Yeah. let's quickly recap where it came from, because this is the original recording that I made.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling.
That one is
down.
now I hear it continuously that it's so out of tune.
Did you hear me?
But
And I
I'm still
escaped somehow.
still not sure if we.
While it all came down.
Oh yeah. Beautiful impression of a Reese. Damn. Beautiful impression of a Reese. I'm still not sure if it has to be a female or a male voice. That's the one thing that I'm not sure about yet. Does it need a male voice or a female voice? But I'll look for somebody as soon as I got the track roughly made. I think you found a new ringtone. Oh boy, that's a good one. Just that last part. Damn. Yeah, beautiful. Like I totally advise you to do that as well. Like if you are somewhere and you suddenly think to yourself, like if you're like me, like I have most of the time when I come up with an idea for a track, I'm not behind my computer. Just grab your phone and just go ham. Just do whatever the fuck. Fuck what everybody thinks, you know? if it makes you remember the idea when you come back behind the computer, then that's all that matters, right? I actually remember watching a stream. Forgot who it was. Was also a drum and bass producer. I'm not sure who it was. And he had a very similar one. A very similar one. It was even worse. It was like not even in tune at any part. He had to like completely pitch it down like half a semitone or something, and other than that, it was just as horrible, you know. But he made it work. And yeah, I often do that too. Like sometimes you guys don't hear it because when I start a stream I might already have a little bit, you know, and then I usually am already past the point where I need that idea sample, that recording. But it can definitely help, you know, if you're stuck or just think of something. Think what would sound nice and try and do it with your mouth. It's not gonna sound good. It's not gonna sound nice at all, but hey. At least you've got to start. And it doesn't even have to be good. Like as long as it makes you memorize the idea. That's the thing it has to do, right? It doesn't need to sound good. It doesn't need to sound usable at all. Like in this case, I'm actually trying to make the sample work, but most of the time it doesn't even need to do that. It like doesn't need to do that at all. It just needs to, you just need to be able to remember the idea. And sometimes even just do it for 2-3 minutes straight. Just think of like, oh, try and do something like a track bass line or synth or something, and then just try and make the melody or the pattern in your head and just hum it along, and then maybe you'll change it along the way and you'll come up with better stuff even, and just record that for a couple of minutes while you're doing that. You're gonna sound like a fucking, I don't know, crazy person while you're doing it, but I don't care about that, you know? Let people think. And then you might even, in like, I guess minute 2 or 3, you might just suddenly come up with a variation and make you go like, holy shit, that is actually a really good idea. And then you come home, you listen back to it, and you're like, oh yeah, that was what I was gonna do. And even if you're working on your track, every now and then you can just go back and listen to that sample again and think like, am I not getting too far away from what the original idea was? Because your original idea is recorded. So it's a really good way of going about it. And I actually heard a lot of people say this over the years, like just record stuff, you know, just fucking go outside and just take a walk, and just while you're taking a walk, just try to think of track ideas, you know? When you're not behind that computer, it usually just comes to you a lot easier. Yeah, as long as you can decipher it. Like, I used to beatbox, so I'm kind of okay, you know, with stuff like that. I can at least, like, I'm not good anymore. I haven't practiced in, like, fucking 8 years or something. But I can at least do a little bit of like a bass drum and a hi-hat and sort of like a snare drum sound. So I can, and my timing is all right. So I can come up with drum patterns the same way, and then just bring that into your DAW, stretch it in time, and just listen to it and say like, okay, here I need a snare, here I need a hi-hat, and here I need a kick. Bam. You can I can way easier beatbox a fill, for instance, and by beatboxing a fill and just making sounds with my mouth, I'll be able to slow that down and then beatbox it slower because I know what I'm doing, right? As soon as I've come up with a pattern that I can sort of like semi-beatbox, it's not going to sound anything too good, but I can then slow that down and beatbox it slower, bring that into my DAW, or not even, I don't even have to bring it into my DAW at that point, because when I can beatbox it slower, I can just keep slowing that down if I have a fast part, because I know what I'm doing. And that way I can really easily come up with a fill, for instance, or come up with a section at the end of a drum pattern where you want to do a little variation, where I don't know, the snare drum hits at a different spot, or you have a double snare drum somewhere, and I don't know, so stuff like that. And that skill of being able to beatbox definitely helps, because you can kind of in your mind visualize how it sounds like slower. It's really helpful, because fills, generally speaking, if you have a fill with 16 notes, for instance, sometimes, especially for somebody just getting into music production, you're not going to be able to listen or hear in what order necessarily all the sounds come. You might not even be able to pick out all the individual sounds of that fill. You know, there's like a fast thing going on, but you're not necessarily really clearly hearing what it's doing. But what I just did, it was but then faster. And because I can do it fast, I can also slow it down, and that makes it really easy to come up with stuff like that. Even though I don't beatbox anymore, but it definitely helps. And that again, just recording it if I am not behind the computer, so that I can come back to it later and just listen to it and go like, oh yeah, that worked. And it's easy. You don't even have to be good at beatboxing, right? That's not the point. You don't even have to be good at that. The only thing you have to be able to do is do just a B sound. Put a lot of force behind that, so it sounds like, instead of B, just make it sound like a sort of like loud B bass drum sound, but without the E. Just a part. And then you have your bass drum. Hi-hat is just shorter, damn, and then the snare drum, you can do all kinds of stuff. You can do that clicky kind of thing with your tongue, like that kind of thing or something. Whatever works as a snare drum sound, semi-snare drum sound. And then the only thing that matters is that you can sort of like keep a rhythm. And then you're just gonna, from there on, you can just freestyle and just do whatever works. And there's gonna be stuff that sounds horrible, and then there's gonna be patterns that make you go like, oh, that could be a cool pattern. But it will probably give you ideas. No, yeah, it's something a lot of people do. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot of people probably won't talk about it because they're embarrassed to show their shitty takes, you know. And I get it. I feel embarrassed showing you the horrible out-of-tune recording that I made, but hey, I can laugh about it, you know. I know that I'm not the only one doing this, so fuck it. I'll just show it. It's actually nice seeing the process of how it actually becomes semi-usable after a little while. Yeah, there's some crazy people doing weird shit like that. Yeah. But like already, like if you have a really steady pitch and you can sing, you can already do so much stuff with a microphone. Literally, there's so much software available. Like even Melodyne, you can just record it into your DAW, make Melodyne listen along with it, and then if your pitch is really good and you can really sing really well, then you can just sing your melodies, export the MIDI from Melodyne, bam, put that in your DAW, and you can make your instruments. Like, and there's so many other things as well. like other kinds of software that do similar things. So yeah, there's a lot you can already do, but I know they're working on some pretty crazy stuff like that, yeah. Reading your mind. The dystopian future is here, boys. Mind reader software. That'd be sick. Yo, what you doing? Yeah, I'm updating my mind reader. New firmware upgrade. That's actually pretty damn scary thought, to be quite honest. I'm not sure if I would wanna use that. I'm not entirely too keen on that. Sounds a bit too cyberpunk dystopia for me. Even though I love that atmosphere. I guess for maybe a two days living in it would be cool, but after that you're probably gonna want your freedoms back. Time to connect to the Matrix. Exactly.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound?
That one is just...
Did you hear that sound? Did you hear that sound?
Guess that's slightly better.
Did you hear that sound?
Just gonna make it shorter.
Did you hear that sound? And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are...
That one is still so fucked up. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm just not gonna worry about that one right now. It's just absolutely horrible.
The walls are crumbling down.
I don't get it because it sounded better in Melodyne. Am I right?
The walls are crumbling down.
It just sounds fucking weird, that part. But only the first part. Like, this part sounds alright.
Crumbling down.
That's alright, it's just that.
The walls are
The walls are crumbling down. I'll probably re-record that one after the stream. I can't do that right now because I have my mic running through the stream, and I would have to hook up a second microphone, I think, to do it properly. Or change my audio routing, but I don't want to do that. Because I'm probably gonna screw some stuff up. It's already pain enough to set your live stream up correctly, so I'm not gonna do that now. And I'm not on the ASIO driver as well, so I can send it into Ableton. Might have... Oh wait, I have some more versions as well. That's right, I had a whole bunch of other versions. A couple. This part we need.
The walls are
Oh, that one is even worse.
The walls are
That one is really weird.
The walls are crumbling down.
That one might be better. Let's try that one. We're gonna MacGyver this one. It's considerably quieter, but we can fix that. A little bit of a different timing. But I think I'll just do that. And then it's actually pretty close, and then this part just needs to be a bit more like that. And set that to complex so it's not going to sound too weird. Maybe pitch shift it down with a bit crusher like it's actually crumbling down. Oh, that might actually be cool. Yeah. That might actually be cool. Yeah, I don't know what it is. That part just sounds fucking weird. That nasal resonance is mostly coming from the form and shifting that I did in Melodyne and all the pitching around. It just, the more you pitch it around, it's gonna sound weirder and weirder. So yeah, out of tune stuff is it's definitely, you can get it right with Melodyne, but you do have to be really skilled with Melodyne to make it sound really good. Like I find like when it's just a little flat or just a little sharp or anything like that, I can just really easily adjust it, and it's just going to be easy to do that. Like most of these notes, I was just going through it really fast, really easily. It was just that part that just had that weird, indeed like some kind of a resonance in it or something like that, that made it sound really out of tune, and that was really hard to get right. It was not necessarily the resonance, it was more the pitch movement of the individual words. Like the words are not on a steady pitch, they kind of move around. It's like, the walls are crumbling down. It goes like a little, it has a little movement, and that was making it really difficult to remove. So I think this one has that too, but a little bit less, so maybe that one will sound better. And like I said, it just needs to be somewhat presentable so I can send it off to people and have it properly recorded. That's all it needs. So let's just increase the gain a little bit of that so it's a little bit more similar to the other one. Doesn't matter if we're clipping on it, I'll just put like a compressor on it later.
The walls are crumbling down.
I think that one actually works better, probably.
Down. The walls are crumbling down.
Again, it's just slightly out of tune, but only the really first part on this one. So this one I might be able to adjust properly.
The walls are crumbling down.
That one sounds a lot better right off the bat. Yeah, it's just this one. This part should be on C, and it's sort of like floating in between C and C sharp. That's what is out of tune on this one. This part is, the first part I'm hitting right on. 15 cents sharp, that is not too much. For somebody who's not a singer, that's alright. This one is like exactly in the middle, pretty much. See? So, just bring that down to C. This one, a little flat, but very close. 8 cents. And then this one goes down again. And this one, see, here we're quite sharp again. So we can bring that down. And then this last one, see, because I'm going down, I have just done that C note as well. And then this one is also sharp because it needs to go to B. And that one is again right in the middle between the two notes. See, I'm not a singer, so that's what you get. But now it should sound better.
The walls are crumbling down.
Now we still have a little part here, so I'm gonna zoom in a bit. Because we still have a little part, and this is gonna be a bit more tricky, so let's see, we can see it as well. That is the pitch, that line, that is the movement of the pitch of this block. So we can see that this one, for instance, starts higher, and we can see it sort of like starts roughly in between those two, so it's a little out of tune at the start of the note, but that's fine because it's more like a pitch bend going down into this note. So that's fine, right? It's just that this part here, this second section, it goes up, and it doesn't go up enough. See? It kind of ends in between those two notes instead of going up all the way to here. So I could use the pitch modulation tool and increase that. But then we're also going to move this part down, see? So that's going to now end up on in between D and C sharp, which is also not what we need.
The walls are crumbling.
It does sound better though.
The walls are crumbling.
So now what we could do is separate these two. Roughly where that is. And then adjust that one so it's perfect.
The walls are crumbling down. The walls are crumbling.
That one sounds a lot better than the one that we had. Now this one.
The walls are crumbling down.
This one I can actually make it sort of like in between the two notes because the pitch is actually sort of like bending between D and D sharp then. See? So that works.
The walls are crumbling down.
That's a lot better. So I'm just going to record this because I want to compare if it's really. No, I think Melodyne is working correctly. Let's just freeze and flatten. Never mind what I said. But I think this version sounds a lot better. So we went from this one.
The walls are crumbling. The walls are crumbling down.
A lot better. Okay. Got rid of that one. Hey, at least we MacGyvered this one to sound usable. Like, I can send this off to somebody and they will understand what my idea is. Because the notes are on point, they're on the right pitch, the movement of the pitch is kinda close to what it needs to be. They can of course put their own like touch to it, and if they go like, hey, maybe if you change this there and maybe if you change that there, I'm fine with that, you know. If it makes it better, that's great. I'm not a singer, so they probably have a lot more expertise in that as well. But it just needs to get the idea across, and now I can also write the track around it, and then just replace the recordings that are made later. I actually I have been watching a lot of live streams lately of other people making music, and I've been seeing so many people using like placeholder vocals, even just people who make I saw one guy, I forgot who it was, again, that's because I watched so many of these, and it was he I think he was just making some kind of like basically like beats and stuff for like sort of like hip-hop, pop music kind of artists, basically. And basically like the sort of like hip-hop, urban kind of pop music. And he had one section where he knew sort of like what the vocal needed to do in terms of the melody, and he just hummed it in and just used that for the entire production process. It was just like a melody being hummed, not even hummed, just more like random, not even words, but just like sounds that sound like vowels and words and things like that. Sometimes there was a random word in there, but not the actual lyrics that it needed to be, but the melody and sort of like the pattern of the vocal was what it was supposed to gonna be. So he just used that, and then he sent that off with the that recording in it as well. So like, this is roughly what it needs to be. And then he just had somebody record the vocals and actually write lyrics in that pattern and in that melody, which is pretty cool. And they of course expanded on that as well. The person then gave its own input on it and said like, hey, if we change the melody here, it's going to be better. And that's how that ended up. So it's quite nice. No, I don't have a vocalist in mind. That's going to be the issue. But we'll figure that out. I can probably get in touch with some people. And like somebody said, if all else fails, we can always use Fiverr and find somebody on there. There is at least going to be one person good enough for this on Fiverr, I'm pretty sure. It's probably not going to be the cheapest one, but I'm willing to pay for something if it's going to be good, you know? And there's just on Twitter and stuff, there's so many people doing stuff and doing like vocals and all that kind of stuff. Heck, I might even be able to get in touch with some of the vocalists who did packs for Black Octopus Sound, because I also have packs on Black Octopus Sound. Might even be able to get in touch with one of those. See, I'll check it out. I'll see. ask my sister if she can ask if Davina Michelle wants to do it. That would be pretty cool. Might be worth a shot, actually. I mean, she knows her anyway, and she knows somebody else who is really good friends with her, so might be able to do that. She's like a local singer from Rotterdam, but she's pretty well known in the Netherlands right now, so not sure if she would do it though. She's getting quite big. She's getting quite well known here in the Netherlands, so. But on the other hand, she also is a YouTuber, so. The question is, does this need to be a female vocalist or a male vocalist? That's the other thing that we need to know, right? Like, that's another one. So yeah, what you're saying is also pretty cool. Down, down, down. Going down even more.
Down, down.
I can do it with a delay, of course, as well, but we can do it like this. You've never heard a female and male vocal DMB track apart from Shy FX? There's so many good examples made. Let me think of a recent one. Hey, best example, recent one. No Tomorrow. No Tomorrow. Who were it again? Was it Chasing Status? With Matthews? If I'm correct? Or was it somebody else? Oh, if she would be interested, like, holy shit, she can sing. Like, she can sing. If you've never seen her, her name is in the chat right now, but she can sing, like, holy shit. Heck, we can even just fuck it, I'll risk this. You guys, I'm probably gonna risk some ad revenue, but we can try it out. Let's see, which one was it again? She has so many good ones, but she has a lot of covers. Yeah, probably not gonna. Just look her up if you want to hear it. Just look her up. She can definitely sing. I think she does sing a lot of songs that do fit her voice. But I think her best songs are the ones are her original songs. Like, definitely, if you listen to oh yeah, Camo Crooked, that was it. My bad. How could I forget? Chasing Status is also with a C, but and it's two names. No, it's Camo Crooked. Yeah, that's right. Oh, but that's not my idea, man or woman at the same time. I just need either one of the two. But no, like a lot of her covers, I don't know, like you can't really hear well what she does. That original track, what was it again called? Liar, I think. That's one of her original tracks, and she did a live version in a TV show, in a Dutch TV show, pretty recently actually, which sounds pretty damn good. And in those, I guess you hear more of her own style, which makes sense, of course. So I could give it a shot, I guess. Always worth a shot, right?
down,
So should we...
down, down,
Oh, that only works if we do this.
down, 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 down.
No, you should check that one out. I think which TV show was it again? It was that new show from Matthijs van Nieuwkerk. Matthijs draait door, volgens mij. I think. Now I'm mixing up Dutch and English. I think that's what the show was called. But she did a live version in that show, which was pretty damn good. And what I also why I would definitely love if she would be interested is she is really good live. Like there's a lot of artists which will just not sound good that good live, you know, and their studio versions might sound really good, but that's because there was a producer actually sitting there knowing what he was doing, pushing them continuously, probably through like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 takes per track to get it right. And that is why the album sounds so good. But then they go on stage, sing live, and it absolutely sucks. And there's a lot of those examples. She is definitely not one of those. She just, whether she does it in her bedroom, on stage, whatever, she's always sings on point. And that is something that not everybody has. And if I would be looking for somebody that can actually do like a good take, couple of good takes pretty quickly, and yeah, then she would definitely meet those requirements. Britney Spears? Man, free Britney. Or she's free right now, I think. Sort of like. Oh, yeah, but she was probably forced for other reasons. Like we all know by now. That's a fucking weird story, man. I haven't really looked too much into it, but I heard a couple of things here and there. It's so fucking strange. Like how that has been able to happen, it's fucking weird. But yeah, she just sings really good. I think they asked her in I saw an interview with her as well. Maybe it wasn't even an interview. Maybe it was just something my sister said, because she sees her every now and then. What was it again? Oh yeah, she was asked how many takes she did for that TV show, and it was live basically. It was and they did 2 takes, and they took her first take because that was the best one. So that just goes to show, like, if you can do that, then you're also good for like recording vocals. It's somebody who you don't have to push her to actually be able to perform well. You know, she just does well, and that's, yeah. Whether maybe sometimes the song doesn't really fit her, but that's a different thing, right? It's just her voice is on point, and that's something you need. The last thing you want is go through this process with somebody, especially me. Like, I'm not gonna be able to sit there in the studio with her and actually, well, maybe I can if we rent the studio somewhere here in Rotterdam, but I don't have the like knowledge that I need to push a singer to do their best. Like, I can make tracks, don't get me wrong, but I'm not a professional producer, right? So yeah, that's something that I wouldn't be able to do. So I probably wouldn't be able to get that best take out of somebody who is not always doing their best. Matthijs gaat door. Oh, was that it? Okay. Pretty good show, actually. We're a couple of good artists in there. Also a couple ones that to me were a little meh, not that interesting, but were a couple of good ones. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get this idea a little bit thought out. The intro is gonna change probably, but this is just gonna be there for now. Yeah, like if you do that for a living, like recording vocals and shit, you know what to say to people like that, right? But I don't. I'm just gonna sit there, hit record, and say, "Yo, you're ready to go."
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
It's still a little weird, but it's better than what it was.
Did you hear that?
This one sounds weird in terms of where it starts.
Did you hear that sound?
That's better.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that sound?
Okay, okay. Go to complex mode. Let's bring this in a little bit.
Did you hear that sound? The walls are...
That one is just that one keeps being annoying, but I'll fix that at some point.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
I can add a vocoder to it. Let's see what that sounds like. Gonna have some fun with that. Where's the vocoder here? Ah, there. Oh, can we do pitch tracking? That's gonna be weird.
I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? And I run away.
That's weird.
And I run away. And I run away. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
You can do so many weird things with this.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
Like maybe even using that could actually work.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
Fuck that, I'm gonna remove those. Those are fucking horrible. Let's try some other one. Let's see, I also have, this one is also pretty cool. But then we're also gonna make it sound pretty weird.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound?
Hmm.
And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me?
Oh, it keeps sounding fucking weird.
And I run away.
Did you hear that sound?
The walls are crumbling down. Did you hear me? And I escaped somehow. While it all came down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down. And I run away. Did you hear that sound? The walls are crumbling down.
That's weird. Ooh, that gives it a... This is such a weird plugin. Oh, that's weird. That sounds so weird now. Fuck it, I'll just leave it like that for now. Kinda works. Bum, bum. Something like that. Maybe not even have that one again, just... Something like that, we'll see. Let's save. Okay, I have an idea what that is gonna do. Should I start trying to write a drop? Move that out of the way. Let's just make that group that I do these days. Stuff. And turn it off. And just move that all the way down. Like that. I know that right in front of the drop I'm gonna have that vocal once more, so I'm just gonna assume the drop is gonna be right here. So right here, just put a little marker there. So right there is roughly where the drop is gonna be. I'm thinking a bit of a roller track would be nice. We're definitely gonna have a good amount of synth stuff going on in the intro as well, so maybe have a roller with some kind of synth things on top as well. We could bring some of those things back as well later on the track. Even though I don't have them yet, you know, I still need to write the entire intro properly, but I'm just making sure that I have the idea. It's already 12:26 AM, holy shit. We still have time though, don't worry, but time flies when you're having fun. So we're gonna have the vocal. Oh wait, I copied the wrong one. Let me this is the, yeah, I can just get rid of this one. So this is the vocal that we have. And what was this? Is this the
Wow, it all came down.
That's the same one. Of course, without the effects.
Wow, it all came down. Wow, it all came down.
Yeah, it's the same one, I think. No, it's not. Okay, I'll leave this one for now here. Just I'll drop that one into the stuff group as well, so it's out of the way for now. And just copy this one, because we're probably gonna have that one in front of the drop, I think.
Wow, it all came down.
Bum. Okay, we need some drums. What kind of a drum pattern are we gonna do? We're gonna do one with a snare drum on the 2 and 4, that's for sure. And I think I want to do one that goes something like something like that, but then faster, obviously. So really like a rolling kind of pattern. Close. with those ghost snares. But not the right sounding ones. They sound a little bit sloppy. Okay, I think we're gonna find a good one in that JBK sample pack, which stands for, what was it again? Loopmasters Original Jungle Breaks, Volumes 1 and 2. Too bad that the right is in there. That one is actually pretty good. Even though the first kick drum has that open hat on it, we can use the second kick drum. Yeah, Loopmasters Original Jungle Breaks, that's what it's called. We can just drop this on here. And slice that to MIDI. See if we can make this one work. We have a empty one at the start for some reason. Whatever. We can just take that one. Let's do... I'm gonna rename these as well. That's way easier. So that is a kick plus hat. That is a snare. That is that is like a hat. That is a ghost snare. Another hat. There we have another ghost snare, and then we get a kick. Yeah. So we get a kick. Another snare. Another hat. And then we get a snare roll, which I'm probably not going to use. See, but now I can actually see them in here as well, so... Yeah, that one. That's better. Let's see. Pattern I want. Maybe even that. No. We are gonna do this. Let's make this one a little longer as well. So let's do length 2. better. We'll use that for now. Let's try, for now, I'm just gonna try a variation real quick. Let's see. What if I move that one here? That's also pretty cool. Let's turn this one off, by the way. I'll leave it for now with this one. That one's just easier. Can get rid of that one. Now for a baseline, let's just see if we can quickly make the pattern of the baseline I think we could do after that vocal.
Wow, it all came down.
I'm feeling the pattern is going to be different though, but for now this will do. Maybe the double kick might actually be good. So we have
Wow, it all came down.
so that we have something that and we can write a sound for it. Thanks, Medic.
some booze.
Get some booze. Thanks for the 15 euros. Big up. Welcome. Yo, PJ Statham. Welcome as well. Thanks, Medic. Okay, let's see if we can make this one nice. So we have that vocal.
All came down.
Bum. Oh, that's way too quick. Yeah, we're gonna do a different pattern.
All came down.
Now I'm thinking what I... lot of width, so really want to be careful with that. Because it's going to make it sound different, right? And you're going to hear things and you're going to be like, oh, that sounds nice, until you listen to it in mono, and then suddenly everything that sounded nice suddenly sounds like crap. With bass at least, then it's really important to make sure that that is not the case. So usually I'll try to keep my bass mono, or close to mono, for that reason. Like that still sounds pretty close to that, right? We can go to about here without losing too much of the sound. And that's really important, because you don't want to spend hours on the bass and then find out that when you turn it to mono it just doesn't work. Might do a different drum break actually, even though this one is good. Might be able to use this one for like a fill section. But let's see. Yeah, we need a much bigger kick drum, first of all. That's cool. Ba-dum dum dum ba-dum dum dum. That's gonna be a good pattern for a bass line. Then of course there needs to be a little variation here and there, but let's see what we can get if we take out that and use these ones. Because we already had a kick and snare, so let's try using those. See what we get. Okay, let's add some sidechain to this as well. I'm just gonna do that. And let's do copy these and these and move those up. They are on the sidechain track. And then I can go to the bass and I can just add some sidechaining between the bass and the drums so that we won't have any issues while working on the bass line. And we will be able to hear the drums clearly while the bass is also loud. So just do that and grab kick sidechain. Oh, and I should bring this maybe up a little bit so that we know that the input into a sidechain is nice and loud, because I think the output of this one is not 0 decibels, so just make it like a little bit louder. Doesn't matter if it's too loud, it doesn't matter if it's like above 0, all it matters is that we have a loud enough input so that I can at least do such heavy compression that it basically creates silence if I want to, and this way it kind of does that. So now we have this. Now it's doing really aggressive sidechain, of course, but you'll hear that that actually still works. See, that still works, so we can make this one a bit shorter. that works. I like what it's doing there. Okay, let's grab that and put it right there. And then something like that. Like, do you hear what it's doing? So it's just adding like a little bit of different harmonic to it, which is kind of nice. We do need more sub, so I could try doing this, but it's not really gonna help that much. It's actually out of phase. If we look at it, we can see that if I crank the volume of this up, the actual sub here in the oscilloscope gets quieter. Look. If I play the bass, and let's do it without the sidechain. Pretty sustained. See, at certain areas it cancels itself out. And that is because the sub oscillator is not re-triggering, if I remember correctly. I think this one is just free running. So that's going to just gonna give some issues with the other bass. So what we best could do with this one is bring the sub out of this sound already, because there is plenty of sub. See? We can see the fundamental like oscillation clearly on the oscilloscope here, so we know that there's plenty of sub in this. It's just that we need to bring it up a little bit more and EQ it so that it is more upfront. Can I see your sidechain? That's just very simple. Here, it's literally just a white noise sample. A white noise sample with a really short amp envelope. No attack and 8 milliseconds of decay. So that's literally just this. A click. That's what it is. That's all you need. The shorter the better, in my opinion. Because what I see a lot of people always do, for instance, is take like a kick drum or something like that, or even just a kick drum that they have in the track and their snare drum, and just sidechain to that. Or make like a duplicate of that and then just sidechain to those. But you have to remember that your sidechain will never be able to be shorter than the input you're feeding into it. So if you want really tight sidechain with a compressor, then you need to make sure that the input going into it is really short. And then, by making it basically really short, like in my example it's 8 milliseconds, I can use the release time on the compressor to tell it how long that sidechain needs to take. But because the initial thing going into it is really short, you can actually get pretty tight sidechains with the Ableton compressor, as long as I use the Live 8 compressor, that is, because the Live 9 compressor that is now still in Live 11 still clicks, so I'm still using that one.
down.
I think we're gonna have a different pattern.
All came down.
It needs to be similar, but the notes need to do something slightly different.
Wow, it all came down.
Let's make a duplicate of this one, and let's try and do that variation.
All came down.
Bum 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 bum. What is it gonna do? Like maybe even that. Like I'm questioning more and more if we are in the key of G, but I mean I am using those notes, but could also be an F minor. Because G Phrygian. Oh no, because we do have that B. So we are not in F minor. Harmonic minor? No, not harmonic minor either. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. We're just gonna go by ear. I can just fucking copy this. Let's see.
Wow, it all came down.
That's gonna work better.
Wow, it all came down.
Yeah, it's gonna be something like this. Could we be in F? Some kind of F minor variation. See? The question is though, how does that line up with, where is it? This thing. So I'm currently set to Phrygian dominant, which is G major Phrygian basically. And if we go to F minor, then we get G and A sharp, G and G sharp, both there, so that works. The only thing that doesn't work is that B note. And that B note does make it sound really interesting. So we also have harmonic minor. That's not the one. And there is melodic minor. Also not. So we're doing something else, but whatever. Let's go back to our major, G major Phrygian. But it does sort of like feel like after that vocal, the bass has to go to what is that? D? Well, maybe not actually. Coming down. No, it actually can. G major Phrygian. Yeah, see, that sounds weird. I do think... that could be nice. Just copy that for now. Oh yeah, let's do this and let's see what we can do with some extra kicks. So regular pattern would be that would be the regular drum and bass pattern, of course. But I think it might actually sound cool if this one is somewhere like here, maybe. See, that could be nice. Sounds a little bit more interesting. And that one. What should we do here? Oh yeah. That could be good. And we don't need the kicks here in here. Okay, now what can we do with this? We can I can try and sidechain this a little bit as well. Probably not as much, but just a little bit. Because this is probably gonna be too much. Although it kind of just leaves the shuffly parts, which is what we need, so... like, it's not that bad, actually. Let's bring these up a little bit. kind of a snare we want. We can even try and just have a clean snare drum. That one is interesting. That the percussion, that tun tun tun, that part kinda falls in the same spot as what the bass here is doing. Listen. Kind of follows what the bass does. Can we make it interesting with some distortion? That could also work, or putting it right here. Ooh, yes. That's where it needs to be, right on top of that bass note. There we go. That's the pattern we need. See, that's sort of like where we need to go. Yeah, that break is probably gonna go away. And this one, it is kind of there, but I do want to change this one. But I'm gonna leave it alone for now because it sounds relatively good. But it needs to be a little different. That already works quite well though, having the sidechain on there. But maybe actually without the sidechain is pretty good too. Yeah, this one doesn't need sidechain. But it's mostly that percussion thing in it that sort of like works with the bass line. And it's really this one. No. That one, see? Those sounds. Those work with the... And it's a little off as well. It's like it's a little swing, but that's fine. Because these are on grid. This one is not, but doesn't matter. It sounds kind of cool. Now, of course, it's not a Rex file, so it hasn't found all the warp markers. Like there's a few that are off. We can add them. No, don't want to quantize that. And one more right there. And let's see what happens if we do a little beats mode on that. Make that a bit more like that. So it's a bit more tighter or snappier.
Wow, it all came down.
Still not sure what key we're in, to be quite honest. Like, I was thinking G major Phrygian, but I mean, technically those notes still work in G major Phrygian, but it's kind of weird to have the root here. If you get what I mean? So this would be the root. Now that would still kind of make sense. We start on a perfect fifth. But that, in this bass line, this doesn't sound like the root. If you get what I mean. It's a nice bass line though. It's a great bass line. Let's make that a bit longer because that works. Get rid of the break. Okay, let's do really small movement like that. Let's start from here. And this one is going to go up a little bit more. Maybe go down a little bit slower. Copy that.
Came down.
I mean, that could work as a drop after that. And then this one we're gonna go up a bit. And start this one a little bit higher. Open it up more. that's good. Let's copy this. Let's save. Maybe make this one go down for just a brief moment. Do that. Okay, should we try finding an interesting layer on top of that bass? Like, we can maybe have the same notes being played by a different instrument, like some kind of a synth instrument or something, and then filter that, so that it sort of like adds different harmonics every now and then, and maybe even use like volume automation or something like that, or just filter it that much that you don't hear it at certain sections, and then in certain sections it just comes in and adds some sort of like extra stuff to it. Yeah, let's try that. Save. And let's do Omnisphere or something. And then go into, I don't know, maybe synth poly or something like that. Probably gonna have some interesting synth sounds. And then we're gonna change the MIDI of this to be a different, I'm just gonna do that. Different octave. Ooh. Ooh, that one is cool. So that one we can use the pencil tool and hold control, and then we can do this. And we can basically make like a pattern like that. Go out of the pencil tool. Go back in pencil tool, hold control, and just do that. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. And let's try taking these and doing a little Like, it's very subtle in the first section, but it is there. Maybe that's even too much. Oh, that's better. Maybe without the sidechain, so that one doesn't... It doesn't sidechain on that kick drum.
Down. Wow, it all came down. Came down. Down. Down.
Maybe a different version of that vocal for this, but...
Wow, it all came down. Down. Down.
That one is a little weird, but I'll figure that one out. We're getting somewhere. Now I do wonder, I'm going to try something, duplicate this track, so I don't lose the original. And I'm going to... I'm just gonna chop up the audio. So... No, I'm not gonna chop up the audio. I'm gonna slice this to MIDI. I made sure that it has all the warp markers, or the transient markers, so now I can just slice the MIDI. Oh, we have a couple of double things happening here. One, double one. I need to fix that real quick before we do that. So where is that one? There is a double transient marker somewhere at the start there. There it is. We'll get rid of this one. Then slice that to MIDI. Because I want to see what this sounds like if it's more straight on the grid. Now we have this, and just do Control A, Control U, which is quantized to the current grid. So now do that. We get a little bit of how do you say it? A little bit of there's some issues here and there, like that one. And we get some gaps in between the nodes, so that's why I'm gonna make them shorter. Maybe even do that. Because I really only want those percussive hits. The ones here. Like that one is good. That one is good. That one is good too. That one has a little, could maybe do a little bit of that. And start that one a little bit earlier. Yeah, that one has, see, big chunk of that part. That's what it needs. And then this one needs to start somewhere around here, probably. Yeah, see, that's like a hat. That's probably what I was hearing. Just clean it up a little bit, you know. That one is fine. It's kind of fine too. I don't have to do all of them, but let's see, that's slice 16, that is up to right there. Let's do up to this one, what is that? 26. Let's do up to 26. Then I have exactly, what is it, 8 bars or 2 beats? No, 2 bars, I think. That's good. Yeah. That one could maybe do a little bit of that. Yeah, I guess that's good. Don't really hear that. Well, see, that one again is, it's sort of like catching the transient in the middle of the sound, so that's why it sounds off. There's a little bit of attack on those hats, so like some noise in front of them. And then 26. That one is a bit hard, but I think around here. Sounds pretty good. Okay, so now we have the first 26, so I can just get rid of that. And then now we just get that. Then we can cut this out right here. But now I can also play around with the length of this. And remember, I had this on it as well, which I removed by slicing it to MIDI. So let's take that and drop it on here. Nice too. By pitching it down, I'm also making the individual hits longer, and that way we get less sort of like chance of like a hit cutting short by basically that there's just silence at the end, because there's just not enough of that hit to actually, because a lot of these are 16s, right? So but this is nice. I quite like that actually. And we're gonna need more stuff on top of it, so I'm gonna leave, these are the same, right? Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave this one in here, and I'm just gonna move that into the stuff group, because we have a new version now. But I might wanna go back to that later if I need that sample. If I at the end decide, okay, it was better before, I need that bigger sample, I can always go back there and I can easily find it back because it's still in the project. It's just out of way, I don't see it, it's not visible, so that's good. It's almost 2 AM though, so I'm gonna stop streaming. We didn't get that much done, but we spent a lot of time figuring out the vocal. And getting that one to sound right, which was quite fun. I've been on that view for the entire stream, I think. I always forget that. Are there still people watching? Because the chat is awfully quiet. Yeah, I'm gonna spend some more time on this and see if I can make it good. Because at least I have the idea down, and I won't forget it now. I just need to see if I can make the vocal work. Maybe I can do a better take. Can try. Probably won't be able to, but and if not, I'll go and find somebody to record that. But I'll probably write the entire track first before I do that. It's gonna be easier for them as well if they have a track to actually put on and sing it into, as opposed to singing to a metronome or something. But that was fun. I had a lot of fun today, though. I had a lot of fun, even though we didn't get that much work done. I had a lot of fun. And that's a plus too. Thanks for the donations. I'm gonna be back next week for sure. On Friday, I'll try and do a regular stream on 8:30. I was a little bit late today, 8:45, but had to eat dinner and I wasn't done yet, so I'll try and do 8:30 again, Amsterdam time, so check out what it is for your time zone. If you want to join my Discord, I have a Discord community. I just typed while Ableton was active. I have a Discord community, and if you want to join my Discord, you can join using that link. You can also help support me on Patreon if you want to, and if you want and buy some merchandise, I have a store on Teespring. Or actually Spring. Link should also be in the description below the stream as well. I think there's actually the updated link, because I have a new store now, which is still Teespring, it's just named different. And if you can help support me that way as well. Now, yeah, like I said, I'll be back next week. If you want to have a chat after the stream, come join the Discord server. I'll be there as well. And I hope you had fun. So, I'm not gonna have this one for the end of the stream. That's not gonna work. I'll give you this one to end the stream with. So, thanks for being here. Any more questions before we end? And if not, then we're gonna end. I'll see you guys next week. You know what? If you have a question, just come to my Discord. See you guys there. Peace. See you next week.